Well, good afternoon, everyone. Or is it just good noon? I don't know which. Greetings and welcome, one and all, to the Strife stream. Hello, Heaven Hell. Fangirls are cool. Soup TV. Oberon Tree Traveler. Rogue Vinyl. And also Williams. Not certain I'm gonna be able to call you that. I am the only William in this chat, let me tell you. Do you remember the game that was in the works, which was a Minecraft style but based on a cartoon? Cat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you getting up? Why are you walking across me all of a sudden? Ow! That's my... All right. Off. Get down. Get off. Cats, man. Freaking cats. Okay. Hello and welcome back. Early gato lap time. Oh, my word. Glad to catch another stream live while playing Oblivion. Yes, indeed. That is exactly what I shall be doing. I shall be fighting the dead today. How's everybody doing? I hope that your week was decent. Oh, wee. Just hoping that the repair job on my chair holds. Man, I have a chair that is made out of solid wood and real leather. And the metal piece on the underside of it that allows it to, like, lean back, basically, there's a rod, and then there's a plate on top of it. And those two things are supposed to be, there's a plate on top of a rod, and those things are supposed to be welded together. And it snapped. It came undone. And I've been awkwardly sitting in the chair with that broken for about a month until I was able to actually find somebody to fix it. And the first weld that the guy did broke within 8 hours. So I had to take it back to him. And he did a more hefty weld the second time, but I'm still not convinced. I'm not going to sit here and then all of a sudden go and just like lose 2 inches all of a sudden and maybe end up with a back injury. Woo! Drinking coffee and playing Assassin's Creed 1. Loving life. Nice to see you. Assassin's Creed 1, that's a game I haven't thought of in a long time. Man. It's an old game? Williams, I don't know what game you're talking about. And what you mean by old game might be very different from what I define as an old game. For me, I define an old game to be something on, like, the Super Nintendo, because I grew up with that. Hello, Dano. Good to see you again. Oh, my word. Okay, let's get back into the game, shall we? Let me go ahead and shift the camera over to be more appropriately angled. Let's see if this works. Is that a good angle? Oh, of course. Switched to the wrong version of the camera. Oh, my word. Okay. We're back into Oblivion. Oh, right. I had to mute the game during startup. Come to think of it, is dialogue up? Yeah, dialogue is up. I've been busy capturing a lot of footage, like always. And one of the most annoying things about Oblivion is that you can, when you're capturing footage, it's not uncommon for everybody around you to be like, bro, I need to talk about mud crabs, and it just dirties the audio. So I always turn the dialogue down. How did you like the game announcements so far? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the state of play? Because I know that happened the other day. Hello, Ratchet. You're not getting in my lab. You can just forget about it. All right. So, you know, now that I think about it, what's my, oh, Oh my word. What, do I have a freaking illness or something here? Nope, looks like I had some enemies damage my stats again. I'll have to go back to another freaking chapel. What's my athletics? My athletics is at 100 now. So I don't have to run everywhere. Now it's just a matter of jumping everywhere because acrobatics. Where is acrobatics? Is pretty low, only 43. You can focus your vision when aim. No wait, that's marksman. You can jump over the surface of water. Oh, that was a master skill previously. I remember that being a master skill. You take much less damage when falling long distances. Jumping consumes a lot less fatigue. Okay then. PlayStation Summerfest, etc. God, there were a couple of announcements that I caught wind of that I wasn't expecting. The only one that I remember off the top of my head is Final Fantasy Tactics. I'll be interested to see whether or not that's something that I can finally pick up. I could never play the original Tactics on PlayStation for the express purpose that the camera just auto-rotated and it confused me. Like I could never keep track of where anything was on the battlefield. I could do it, but I hated the fact that the camera just rotated on its own. And I was like, I am not putting up with this. This is not cool. You either let me lock the camera in place or I'm not playing it. And because there was no camera lock option, I was just like, yeah, screw this. Screw this. So what you need to do is get a heating pad, cover it with your pants, and turn it on for Ratchet. It might attract him from your lap. You don't understand. Ratchet loves sitting in my lap. Like, there is nothing better than sitting in my lap. Alright, so, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, activate this. Sir Emil's ring fits perfectly into the diamond-shaped opening in the floor. Alright. Let's dance with the dead, shall we? Great name for a pet, by the way, Ratchet. Ironically, in regards to pants, I bought a new pair of shorts last week, and I'm finally wearing them, and I'm like, my God, like, they're too big. They're kind of falling off of me. All right, so we're still working on my hand-to-hand. I think I'm at like 85 or something with it. Oh dear. Oh, hello.
By the strength and guidance of the Nine, who comes before us upon this sacred ground, seeking the cuirass of the Divine Crusader? Step forward, adventurer, and face us each in honorable combat. For the vows we fail to revere in life, we shall uphold in death. No unworthy soul shall lay hands upon this sacred artifact without the leave of the Knights of the Nine.
Okay. Oh, hi. You okay there? I didn't know that I was gonna fight a ghost today. Stop trying to combo your buddy into this, okay? This is just between you and me, okay? Stay down.
Sir Gregory, you are defeated. Sir Casimir, step forward.
Oh, it's you this time. Just hold down power attack. That's all I do. Just hold down power attack. As long as I'm pumped up on my superpower Red Bull Gatorade. Which is what I call my potions. They're just Red Bull Gatorade.
Impressive. You have bested Sir Casimir. Now face Sir Ralphus.
I'm gonna make you Ralphus your lunch right up. What the hell do you think you're doing? You're dead. You're not allowed to summon another ghost. It's like cannibalism or something. I don't know how to describe it, but you're utterly breaking the rules here, man.
Sir Ralphus, you have fallen. Step back and let the challenge continue. Sir Henrik, come forward and prove yourself.
Hi, how you doing? So how did you die, you know? Was it a rock slide? Maybe it was a really embarrassing experience with, like, just food poisoning after your, like, big, glorious victory on the battlefield? No? Not gonna talk about it? I get it. If it was that embarrassing, I wouldn't talk about it either. Okay. What's up?
You have overcome half of us, and yet you remain standing. Perhaps Sir Caius shall test your true mettle.
No, he won't. None of you can. Do you not understand how powerful I am? You don't even have enchanted weapons. Well, if you do have enchanted weapons, I'm not noticing.
You show a fury of faith that I have not seen in centuries. But now you face Sir Junkin.
You're sending a junkie after me? I see this. I see this. I would call him more of a wino because that's what you guys specialize in here in Cyrodiil. You're not much for meat. It's all about the wine around here. Sup? Anything else?
You have lost, Sir Junkin. Sir Torolf, show the challenger the ferocity of the North.
The North? Oh, you're one of those Nords. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I'm playing a Dunmer. You know that I really have to kill you now because, like, we were never supposed to get along. You know, like, the 9 ain't got nothing on Azura. I just want you to know that.
You have stood against the Knights of the Nine and lived. However, the final test is upon you. Ready yourself, Sir Knight, and face me!
You okay there, pal? I didn't mean to kill you so fast. Well, no, wait, I did. Actually, I really did.
Sir Knight, in 300 years, none have stood against us and lived. Step forward and claim what is yours by right. May your faith be true.
Okay. I defeated the ghostly guardians of the Curse of the Crusader. I will now claim it for my own. I've recovered the cuirass of the Crusader. I should talk to the ghosts of the former Knights of the Nine to see if they can aid me in my quest for the remaining Crusader relics. All right, cool. Parker, like to your earlier question. You guys have forgotten to take your swords out, and you're just kind of like, okay, cool. To your earlier question about what my opinion on this is over the original, the original still has value, and it still has its charm. However, this has absolutely, like, streamlined the experience as best as it can, while still leaving a lot of the original's charm intact. Ooh, those are mine. What was that? Ooh, flawless ruby. Nice. So there are 8 of them, and I'm only seeing 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. There are 10. Wait. There are 10 graves down here? Amariel. Alvis. Jinkin. Gregory. Caius. Henrik. I like this version of the game quite a lot. I don't know if I'll be able to go back and play the original. I might. I'll probably go back and play the original just once or twice to get the feel for it. That and the fact that there's no denying that the original it has things going for it just because it's an old program, you know? Just because it's an old program with a lot of mods for it as well. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and patch all of that up. So,
By the Nine, I've not seen such strength. Could you be... No, you cannot. You are simply a noble knight.
Sir Barrick.
One of the mightiest knights of my day. It was a great boost to the Order's prestige when he joined. Unfortunately, he and I did not see eye to eye on certain matters. He left the Order during the War of the Red Diamond and never returned.
What can you tell me about the Knights of the Nine?
The original Order of the Nine was founded with the intention of safekeeping the Crusaders' relics. In life, we failed at this task. In death, we seek to preserve what little we accomplished while we wait for one to come and finish what we began.
And I have the Helm of the Crusader.
You completed the quest that I could not. I'm glad that my death at least served to lead you here, as I had hoped. May the Nine guide your way.
Caius.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Can you tell me about the Knights of the Nine?
In death, we continue the work that escaped us in life. The relics must still be guarded, for someday they shall be needed once more.
And Sir Barrick?
Alas, my old comrade is not among us here. We do not know why his spirit did not join us here to guard our last relic. We were estranged in life, but I had hoped that in death we could be reconciled. For my part, I now know that I am largely to blame for the ruin of the old order. Sir Amiel takes too much upon himself. I will say no more. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
I wish to see you succeed where I failed. I was on the path to the boots of the Crusader, but died before I reached them. Do you wish to learn what little I know?
Yeah, sure. Tell me.
I cannot tell you exactly how to find the boots, for that will be up to Kinnereth. I can tell you to seek out her priests, though. West of the Imperial City, on the edge of the Great Forest, is a shrine. You will find them there, and they will tell you what you need to know. The boots are safeguarded by Kennereth herself. You must be tested and prove yourself worthy to acquire them. The wars of men undermine the service of the Nine. Do not follow in our mistakes. Go with virtue.
Talk to... okay, I guess I have to talk to them all.
I am at your service, Commander.
Ah, you're the Nord person. What do you got to say?
Complacency proved to be our greatest enemy. The service of the Nine requires eternal vigilance. May the Nine guide your way. How may I serve you, Commander?
What do you know about the Knights of the Nine?
In matters of faith, one cannot be bogged down in the affairs of this world. Learn from us. Cast aside your treasures and serve the Nine.
What about the boots of the Crusader?
The boots have been guarded by Kennereth herself for the longest time. Sir Junkin went after them and never returned.
Well, he's here right now.
May your sword strike true. If you are true to the teachings of Julianus, it may be possible for you to find the shield of the Crusader.
What do you mean?
When the Order crumbled, I set out on my own. After years of searching, I found the shield and brought it to Fort Bulwark for safekeeping. With the help of a few trusted friends, I began work to keep the shield safe for all eternity. I never saw my work finished. I died defending the fort from those who would take and misuse the shield. I never saw our work finished. I trust that the others carried on without me.
Wait, where's Fort Bulwark?
It lies in the southeast of Cyrodiil, near the Black Marsh border. If all went according to plan, it should be very well guarded now. Believe in yourself, and use your knowledge wisely. You will pass through unharmed, and the shield will be yours.
Yeah, you mentioned Julianos.
History and knowledge are his domain. He is the god of wisdom and logic. He teaches us, know the truth, observe the law. When in doubt, seek wisdom from the wise.
What of the and what of the shield? What can it do?
The shield is safeguarded within Fort Bulwark. It is protected, and care must be taken when attempting to find it.
What can you tell me about the Order?
Though we went our separate ways when the Order fell, we all served the Nine in our hearts. All but one. Look to the southeast of Cyrodiil to find it. I cannot say for certain what is inside, but be prepared for anything. May the Nine guide your way.
You have my tribute, Sir Knight. In 300 years, none have passed the gauntlet. In 300 years, we have never known hope. But for the first time, it seems that someone may succeed where we have failed. I see in you the chance to redeem our souls and restore the Order. And now, I must ask you to press forward where I could not. I must ask you to face the challenge of Zenithar.
Well, wait, how did you fall?
I was arrogant and foolhardy. I sought personal glory. I placed my own will and my own lust for fame over the will of the Nine. In facing the challenge of Zenithar, I failed. I tried dozens, no hundreds of times to reach the mace. I fell each time. And each time I awoke in the chapel, I leapt again. I tried to enlist the help of the other knights, but none would come to my aid. The inscription says to walk in the faith. But even now, I do not know what this means.
What must I do then?
Below the chapel of Zenithar and Leowyn, There is a shrine to the great craftsman St. Calidus. Those seeking the mace must pray before the shrine. When you bow, you will receive a vision, or perhaps not. It is unclear. The priest saw that my body never moved, but it felt so real. You will see the mace, separated from you by a great chasm. The chasm represents your doubt. Your faith must be your guide across it.
My faith will guide me?
This is what I know. As I said, my faith was weak. I did not understand the test, and I fell from the platform each time I tried to cross. I have told you all that I know. All that is left is for you to prove yourself more worthy than I. If you seek the mace, travel to Leowin's chapel, kneel at the shrine in the Undercroft, and let your faith in the Nine be the salvation of us all.
What can you tell me about the Order?
Our greed for the relics overshadowed our faith in the Nine. I can only hope that you are stronger than we were.
And one of Zenithar.
Of the original divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which the two gods' realms interact. Craftsmen devoted to Zenithar are able to create and profit from the materials provided by Kinnereth's natural world. The two work in harmony, the natural world providing for the craftsmen. One cannot revere Zenithar without acknowledging the power of Kinnereth.
And the mace?
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aelids, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowin as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman St. Calidus built the Chapel of Zenithar in Leowin as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
Okay then.
May your sword strike true.
I know where you may find the gauntlets of the Crusader, for I was the one who lost them. Though many know where they are still lost. I believe there is something you must do in order to retrieve them. Would you listen to my tale and learn of the gauntlet's fate?
Tell me.
When the Order fractured, I followed Sir Beric into war, taking the gauntlets with me. When it was over, I returned to Cyrodiil. I attempted to return to the service of the Nine, but the war had changed me. I no longer had sympathy for the weak or pity for the suffering. In the brief time I was there, I did more to hurt the chapel than help it. It was there that I was cursed.
Wait. How did you end up cursed?
A beggar who came to the chapel each day for help tried my patience one too many times. I lost my temper and struck him. My blow landed harder than I had intended, and he fell to the floor dead, killed in the very chapel of the God of Mercy. I left the chapel at once, of course, but the damage was done. I was weak, constantly weary, and lacked the energy to do almost anything.
Well, what of the gauntlets?
Ah, yes. As proof of the deed, when I struck the poor man, the gauntlets slipped right off my hands and fell to the floor. Heavy as stone, they would not move. None could lift them. I suspect they lie there still, in Coral's chapel. You must prove to Stendarr you are worthy to lift the gauntlets once more. Seek out the priests in Coral. Perhaps they can help you.
Excuse my coffee break. Well, what is this curse you spoke of?
It was placed on me for defying the teachings of Stendarr in his very chapel. My entire lineage was ruined by this curse. Whether it is connected to the fate of the gauntlets, I do not know.
What can you tell me about the Order?
We had only the best of intentions. Truly we did. We meant only to serve the Nine and the Empire. It's hard to believe it all went so wrong.
Anything else you can tell me of the gauntlets?
I have no doubt that they still lie within the Chapel of Stendarr in Koro. No mortal man could lift them.
Do you know anything about the boots of the Crusader?
When Sir Junkin died while questing after the boots, I mourned his loss. Now I wonder if perhaps it was a mercy that he left us when he did.
And what of the mace? What do you know of it?
Sir Alvis quested for the mace after Sir Beric's betrayal. He believed that with the mace, he would be able to bring the rest of us together. He stayed in the Chapel of Leowyn for months, attempting the test over and over. He hardly ate, hardly slept. In the end, he failed. He left the chapel broken and beaten. Sir Amiel found his body and laid him to rest here at the Priory.
All right.
May the Nine guide your way.
I've spoken with the ghosts of the Knights of the Nine and learned where several parts of the armor of the Crusader are hidden. I should return when I have collected them all. Oh, all right. I'll catch you ectoplasmic fools later. Technically, coffee is made the same way as tea, therefore it's tea. No, it's not. Coffee is coffee, and you do not make coffee and tea the same way, Doomsday. I just want you to know. And yes, I am speaking with the dead. Thank you very much. I hope everybody's doing all right. Okay, so... Oh, right. You know what? I don't want to carry this freaking armor with me, so I'm just going to put it back on the freaking armor stand. They're both from plant matter. By that measure, Doomsday, soda is also like tea because it's from plant matter. Do not give me this nonsense. Cool. Get that out of my inventory. I don't care for light armor right now. I am working on my heavy armor. You put coffee grounds in a basket and then you let water run through it. With tea, you put it in a bag and then you put it in the water and you let it steep. There is a difference. One is a straining method, the other one is a steeping method. They are not the same. Okay, so quests. What? Nature's Fury. Let's do Nature's Fury first, yeah? Find the Shrine of Kinnereth in Cyrodiil's Great Forest and speak with the priests about the boots of the Crusader. Oh my god, that's 1,000 steps away. That's a long way away. Hainaut Cave. Here we go. Here we go! Oh, of course. Stay down, you freak. There's only one thing to do, and that's jump everywhere to max out my acrobatic skill.
Dotted with isolated farms and settlements, with most of the population in the coastal margin.
Really?
Anyone looking for work should consider the Fighters Guild. I hear they're always looking for recruits.
Is that so?
Goodbye. All are welcome.
Go ahead, please.
Okay,
Goodbye.
you got nothing to say to me. That's cool. That's fine.
What?
What about you?
Yes?
Nope,
You
you ain't got
too.
nothing either. Cool, that's fine. What about you?
What brings you to the altar of Kinnereth, my child?
Well, what can you tell me of an altar of Kinnereth in the middle of the forest?
You have been in the chapel of Kinnereth from the moment you stepped outdoors. Have you not felt her presence? We gather here to pay tribute to all of the blessings she bestows upon us.
Do you by any chance know about the boots of the Crusader?
You would seek the holy relic Kinnereth has bestowed upon the world. Then you must prove yourself worthy. Kinnereth's creations guard her relic, and you must pass the test before you may be granted the boots.
What test?
I cannot say what it will be, for I do not know. Kinnereth herself will decide in what manner you shall be tested. All I can do is direct you to the Grove of Trials, and remind you to heed Kinnereth's teachings. Fear and respect nature and all her creations.
Ah, okay. Okay. What does that mean, to fear and respect nature?
Indeed. Nature itself is Kinnereth's domain. All its creatures are her wards. You would do well to remember this when it comes time for your test.
Where's the grove?
Not far from here, to the west. Nestled within the great forest, it is a place many would overlook. I warn you that it is unwise to take anyone with you. You should go there alone.
All right, I'll take the test
Then
then.
proceed directly to the grove, as your test has begun. Kinnereth may choose to guard you along the way. That is up to her. Good luck. You must be tested by Kinnereth before you are worthy of the boots. Take care.
Oh, wow, they double instanced that somehow. I wonder if that's just... Oh, it's happening to all the stuff here. Weird.
How goes it? Fantastic. Thanks
All right,
for asking.
off to the west we go.
It's said that eating taproot can bring you good luck.
Is that so?
Hello, Reverse Colin. How are you doing? Welcome to my humble stream on my little corner of the internet. I forgot that there were actual birch trees. Okay, it's not happening to all the flora. I reached the Grove of Trials. I shall have to wait and see what Kinnereth has in store for me. Alright, cool. I just stand here. Okay. I get it, Kinnereth. You're being a dick. You're telling me to get mauled by a bear. A bear attacked me in the sacred grove, but I made no attempts to fight back. A cave has been revealed, and it would seem the boots of the Crusader are waiting inside. Grab up some of this stuff. Woohoo. Someone was very concerned about the infrastructure of the caves in Cyrodiil because someone put a door on every damn cave. Flax, 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 flexy, flax, flax, flax. I have acquired the boots of the Crusader. I've completed Sir Junkin's quest by recovering the boots of the Crusader. I should continue to search for the relics that the other ghost knights were questing for. Truly the domain of Kinnereth, for she has made flowers grow underground. I thank you for the eloquent welcome, William, House of Strife. William, House of Strife. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. That must be what I just picked up out of this. Shelf caps. I didn't know that there were so many shelf caps in this cave. I'll have to remember that for future purposes. All right, so since that's done, I believe the Mace of the Crusader is down south in Leowen, so we'll take a fast travel out there. Once we get the mace, we'll go for the shield. Look at those beautiful stained glass.
It's you. I've heard of you. You're the one restoring the Knights of the Nine, aren't you?
I am. Who are you?
My name is Caradus O'Holan. Like you, I am a servant of the Nine, specifically of Zenithar. I came here seeking his mace. However, I could not pass the test. I'm no Crusader, but that doesn't mean that I cannot serve Zenithar. In light of the recent attacks, I've signed on to protect the chapel. I'm fair with the blade, and by my honor, I'll serve the Nine in any way I can.
What are your views on Zenithar, then?
Of the original Divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which the two gods' realms interact. Craftsmen devoted to Zenithar are able to create and profit from the materials provided by Kinnereth's natural world. The two work in harmony, the natural world providing for the craftsman. One cannot revere Zenithar without acknowledging the power of Kinnereth.
Well, what about you? What's your story?
I grew up in Cheydinhall. My father was a cobbler. My mother was an acolyte of Zenithar. She was self-taught, not part of the chapel proper. They were both killed in an accident when I was young. I became a ward of the crown and was drafted into the Imperial Army. After serving 2 tours patrolling Stros Makai, I left the service for a life devoted to Zenithar, inspired by my parents.
You see, whenever this game originally came out, none of the dialogue here is new to me. I've heard it all before, but I'm more in tune with the lore, especially after Skyrim. Hearing about Stros Makai is something unexpected because they're not part of the Empire anymore post-Skyrim. Second Treaty and all that, fracturing of the Empire. But man, wow. Hearing that this guy had 2 tours in Stros Makai, wow. What can you tell me about the mace?
Legends say that when Pelennor Whitestrake was slain by the aliens, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowen as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman St. Calidus built the chapel of Zenithar in Leowen as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
Right. Well, I'll be on my way.
Farewell.
Okay, where is Zenithar's, Altar of Zenithar? Make a pilgrimage to a way shrine of Zenithar and henceforth receive a blessing. What? But I had to make a I had to make a... What? What? What is this trash? I've already made a pilgrimage to all of the... Mara smiles. Kinnereth. Stendar. Dibella. RK. Akatosh. Julie. Okay, so for some bizarre reason, Zenithar and Talos are just like, fuck you, I don't do. Alright, that's just the way that it's going to be this time around. Alright. We got to go back out to the Inn of Ill Omen. Right, I can't get there from here. I have to fast travel away. Oblivion. Mom. Oblivion is bleeding Oblivion again. Bethesda's doing a Bethesda. I'm not okay with this. How much of this game have you guys played? Alright, the Inn of Ill Omen. The Shrine to Talos should be somewhere in this direction. Clearly, I was here not long ago, for there is a dead Minotaur. Woo! Okay, I've done the Talos thing again. Now we'll go in the other direction. Here's a good question. When you play a game like this, how many hours do you put in on a single character? I'm up to about 90 hours. I think 40 to 50 hours on a single character is what I typically end up doing. Before I lose my interest in like the multiple playthrough scenario, anyway. It's somewhere over here. There it is. I'd say 60 or so, but my current one is at 74. Yep, that sounds about right. Usually you put more hours in on your first character than you do on any subsequent character. At least that's the experience that I've had and the experience that I seem to recall a lot of people having. Okay, so we will return to Leowin and hope that actually visiting those shrines meant something in the game's code.
Hello there.
Kind of curious to see how my experience is going to pan out whenever they do the remaster of Fallout 3, which there's no question we're getting one of those at some point here. Okay, cool. I got the... How do I... Okay, quests. Zenithar, in order to recover the mace, must travel to the chapel of Zenithar in Leowen in the undercroft of the chapel. Ah, okay, the undercroft. Foolish little me.
Hello.
I have made massive mistakes. I'd also love a remaster of New Vegas. It would be nice if we got one. I'm not banking on it. Sanctified Ancient Spectre. Huh. I knelt before the shrine of Saint Calidus in Leowen, and found myself transported to some sort of dark void. I can see the mace of Zenithar off in the distance, but there seems to be no way to reach it. According to Sir Ralvus, I must allow my faith in the Nine to guide me to the mace. Alright, so if I'm remembering this correctly, I haven't checked any guides. There you go. Simple as that. Get the boots first. Just walk over. I've recovered the Mace of the Crusader. I have completed Sir Ralvus's quest by recovering the Mace of the Crusader. I should continue to search for the relics that the other ghost knights were questing for. Whoa! Okay, cool. Thank you. Come to think of it, Fortify Restoration. Oh, okay. Fallout 3 seemed more likely. I'm hoping maybe another shadow drop around the time that Fallout TV show Season 2 comes out. You can hope for as much. I think we've... What the fuck?
That's the best you can do.
Daedra hearts. Great, so they just murdered a bunch of the chapel staff. After recovering the Mace of the Crusader, I found the minions of Umaril attacking the chapel of Zenithar. They were all defeated, and the Leowen's chapel escaped. And Leowen's chapel escaped desecration.
I can't believe it. We survived. By the grace of the Nine, we survived. In no small part to you, Sir Knight. By your will, and the will of the Nine, the Chapel of Zenithar has held against this blasphemer. Sir, I pledge you my sword. I wish to join you in your quest to restore the Knights of the Nine and defeat this Umaril.
I accept. Welcome to the Order.
I can only hope to match your bravery and valor. I am honored to serve by your side. Allow me to fetch more suitable equipment. I shall return shortly.
Cool. Well, they don't need this stuff anymore. Well, I'm not going to be learning spells from this place any longer. Why are the battle axes qualified as stolen? I am very confused about this. The one game I hold out hope for is Days Gone 2. I never played the first Days Gone game. I don't think that I really have any intention of playing it either.
Looks like your head.
How much? Man, I'm really weighed down. I better sell off. I better sell off whatever I can. You know, Leowyn is one of the biggest disappointments for a town, in my opinion, for the exclusive reason.
With an inhuman statue appeared near Bravia.
For the exclusive reason that this is the house you get to buy. It is dinky. It's just a little bit, this big. Meanwhile, there are these enormous, beautiful halls with this, like, Tudor-style construction. Have you seen the practice room in the basement of the Fighters Guild? It's huge! I want one of these. I want a house like this, and yet it's not available. Sure, I could mod it in, but I'm very disappointed that that's not what's available to you whenever you actually, like, just play the game without mods, you know? My biggest disappointment is you're not allowed to get, like, a fancy house in so many of these towns. It's just like, oh, you can buy a little shack if you want. That's all I can afford you. It's like, oh, man. Come on. Give me a break.
Goondalas, can I interest you in some of my wares? That's a good deal.
Come back and see me again.
Bye.
Its scent is...
Is it not your style? I get it, but it may surprise you. I mean, lest I be mistaken, Days Gone is basically a third-person shooter, story-driven game, right? Like, I know that it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of in the same vein as what you got with Uncharted or The Last of Us. I feel like that's what the game is, from what I've seen of it. And that, like, again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just I don't really play a lot of those games. Naughty Dog games are basically the extent to which I've gone to for them. So, right, I should probably swap the quests that I have highlighted. Shield of the Crusader. Can I just fast travel out to it? I can, but I'm gonna have to jump no matter what. So we're just gonna start leaping like a lemur out across the Black Marsh. Frankly, you know what playing this game has made me want to do again? Go back and play Morrowind. While I was waiting for Starfield to release, I was playing Morrowind. I was playing Morrowind in the lead up to the release of Starfield. Kind of wish I had just kept playing Morrowind and never played Starfield. But, like, for as much as difficult as it is to, like, go back and play such a classic, because, you know, it's an old game, it's aged, etc. Man, it really is good, you know? Oh, save me now. Hello, Ratchet. Yeah, I got your kibble for you. So for those of you over on YouTube specifically, because I get the feeling that most of the people watching on YouTube typically don't show up over on the Twitch side of things. I'm curious, what is it in regards to content that would get you to click from my channel? This is a super vague question. Like, okay, let me narrow that down. If I was to make content about Oblivion specifically, like a lot of content about Oblivion, what type would you like to see? Would it be guides? Would it be a Let's Play series? Would it be a let's discuss the various mechanics type video? Would it be a, oh, let's go ahead and read the books in the game again? Is it a situation where all of that sounds good? Because viewer feedback is something that is few and far between. I cannot stress enough that the idea of voicing your opinion on what you would like to see, if you do that, you have an outsized voice because so many people just don't talk about it. Most people are like, I'm gonna click things and I'm gonna watch them and I'm gonna walk away and I will never ever give an opinion on things. That's the way that most people engage with content. They watch and they move on and they don't think twice about what they make. Like, content creation is a very it is a disposable thing. Content in general is disposable. Guides for me, I've always loved the way you analyze and present topics. I already knew everything in the guides, and I would still just watch them on repeat when I was younger. Really? You know, that's actually not terribly surprising, because some of the people who I worked with whenever I was doing guides way back in the early days, I would tell them about my channel, and then they would be like, I don't even play Fallout 3, and I watched all your guides. I couldn't stop. So, understanding that, like, getting the point across very cleanly and also having a good presentation style. Hey, stop that, Spriggan.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
Holy moly.
Do your
Dominica Redwatt. Oh, damage health. Oh, invisibility. Oh, it's double instanced to this stuff. What the? Oh, hi.
take that.
Come here, you. So this is a conjurer's dungeon. That's good.
This ends here.
Dragon's Tongue. Why is it double instancing stuff all of a sudden? It wasn't... I've never seen the game do this before. The game is being real weird with its collision, too. And then all of a sudden it's not double instancing things over here. This is so weird. We'll check the upper levels of the exterior before going in. You see a light in the background? Yes, Basilisk. If you want to see me opening said gift, it is at the end of the most recent live stream from Monday, I believe. Alright. Huh. Good. Unfortunately, in regards to how the sign looks behind me, the LED effect, it just turns into a blob. It says coffee, for everybody who doesn't know. It says coffee, but because of the way that it glows, it just looks like a blob. So oh, whoopsie. Whoopsie. Oh, wait. No, don't look at my crotch. There we go. Okay. It's actually had this like this nice unintended effect of coloring the, like, giving me backlight, a colored backlight. I was not expecting that to be the case. I'm not complaining about it though. Ooh. Save it for your OnlyFans. I found Fort Bulwark. I need to get inside and find the shield. I am inside. Last night I found out if you use the chameleon spell, your body or head stays invisible after the spell wears off. Now, you see, I have not had access to the chameleon spell this playthrough yet, because I've really let my my illusion skill just languish. I'm finally working on it. Hello. I don't think you're supposed to be in here, sir. I am over encumbered. Okay. God, these things are heavy as all hell. Oh, he silenced me. He really wrecked me, too. Holy crap. Strong potion of healing. Wait. Weak potion of healing first. Then the strong potion of healing. Strong. It's a strong potion of healing. Oh dear, that's my bread alarm. Hang on, let me go through this first.
Show me what you've got. You're outmatched, elf.
I'm really not. You don't know what you're up against. Get back here, you little shit! Looks like they were trying to excavate. Crumpled papers. Fundamentals of alchemy. They were trying to excavate this place. How unexpected. Okay, so... quick save. And chat, I'm going to have to leave you for a little bit. I'm going to take a very quick bio break and also take care of this bread dough. I need to get it on to its second rise. I won't be gone for long. That's the hope anyway. Let me go ahead and find a music track that's a little bit on the longer side for you. We will do... I guess... You know what? We'll do this one. I will be back, okay? So sorry about having to take a break like this. I'll be right back. Whew. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Should have played more music. Hello, everyone. Greetings. How you doing there, Uncle Sup? How you doing? Greetings. Whoops. Okay, there we go. So sorry for the long delay. Oh, whee. Okay. The bread is taken care of and I'm relieved. Okay. I think the Zivli, I think that's the name of the creature up there. The Zivli is here we go. It's I think it's still stuck up there.
To arms! To arms!
I'm gonna fist you like a muppet.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Terrible timing on my side. Oh, did you show up just as soon as I was leaving? That would be bad timing. Talk about annoying. I was contemplating singing The Sound of Silence. Okay, well, so much for Ebony Claymore is what I don't want to be carrying around. All right. Activated elsewhere, no doubt. And look at that, it's an old wooden door. I didn't know they could harvest that much wood to make an old wooden door. Or? What's a torch holder? It's a sconce. There we go. A sconce. More or less. You do know that I've been You do realize I've been holding back. How many times do I have to punch you? You're a freaking conjurer. You shouldn't have that much health. Come here, you. Die. Restore health. Just... Oh, no, wait a minute. That was... Whoops. I didn't want a restore health potion. I made mistakes. Oh, come on. Ugh. I gotta dump some material back at town or something. Conjurer's note. Acolytes, the shield is here, we know this, and yet we have not found it. The fort has been cleansed, and yet still it eludes us. No doubt it was hidden from eyes such as ours, hidden with the intent to keep it from those who would learn its secrets. The gate to the lower level is no longer halts our progress. Make note of the candles along the wall if you would pass through. The fort must be held at all costs. If we are to succeed... The fort must be held at all costs if we are to succeed. Let none enter. Leave no foe standing. I see Strife dressed as an edgelord. Well, no, I don't do any edging here on stream. I promise. Like, I don't, mostly because, like, it's against terms of service, but I'm a bad person for making these jokes. I was referring to your art. I know, Doomsday. It's a joke. I was making a joke. All right. Both bridges have been let down. Illusion up to 38 now. Nice. One. Two. Good thing I read that note. Shmeenus. Yes, Shmeenus. Hello, Jiggleham. How you doing? Greetings. God damn it. You fucking bitch. Alright, alright, I've got a freaking dispel potion.
You elves are all the same, full flesh and no fury.
You are nothing to me. God damn it, stop running! There. Whoops. Oh, your ham is jiggling good. That's good to hear. Alright, Ratchet. You know the rules. No lap time right now. Just the kibble, that's all I got for you. And of course, the minute that I show him the minute that I reveal to the cat that he is only getting kibble, that's when he's like, I am turning around and leaving right now. I'm like, okay, cat. Oh. What on earth were they doing here? Hello, Kato. How are you doing, my friend? Man, they had a lot of prisoners that they let just, like, waste away in here.
Open the gate, please! I must get out of here!
What's your story?
Thank you for rescuing me. I've lost track of how long they've held me here.
What are you doing here?
I've been held prisoner by these scoundrels for the longest time. They want to know how to reach the shield, and believed I would help them. When I refused, they locked me here, and only let me out to torture me. They got nothing from me.
Well, who the hell are you?
I am Sir Thedred. I came here seeking the shield of the Crusader, and was ambushed by these cowards. They've held me here since.
Any chance you could help me?
I can't go with you if that's what you mean. I'm too weak. I need to rest. Once I have my strength, I will certainly join your cause. You'll have to go on alone. But the knowledge I've gained may be of use to you.
What do you know?
Before finding this place, I learned a bit about those who created it. It's designed to keep the shield hidden and safe. A phrase kept coming up in the writings I found. When the eyes of the Guardians are upon you, Julianos will show you favor. I'm not sure how, but I just know it's a clue for making it safely through these ruins. You're the only one I've told. I hope it helps you. I must get out of this pit and get myself some rest. We'll meet again. Don't worry.
That was a bit of a weird last interaction. Oh. Did you eat your cellmate? Did you eat your cellmate? There's a skeleton in there. Sir? Sir? Okay, he's not answering. Oops. I'm doing procrastination and saw that you were streaming, and now I continue procrastinating. What are you procrastinating about? Aren't you supposed to be making another guide? Or something, kiddo? Okay. Kato, what are you screaming for? There's no need to be screaming. Somebody's in some sort of... Whoa! 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 What the fuck? You scared the shit out of me. God, there are a lot of conjurers in this dungeon. Down you go. Down you go. Nope, 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 nope. Punch. Get your ass back here. Get back here. Gee, stop running. Oh, finally. I hate conjurers so much. All they do is run away. They're like brave Sir Robin. Well, this is thoroughly unpleasant. Yeek. Have you tried the bazaar? It's what's taken my time up currently. The bazaar. What is that? That does not sound familiar to me. I've specialized in taking off braziers for years on end, but the bazaar is something new.
Take that!
Sorry to interrupt your special times with your spider lady there, okay?
Die, damn you!
Ugh, God, they're always running away. Oh my God, I'm encumbered again. Oh, this is painful. I don't want that battle axe. Just check around the corners and everything, make certain I'm not missing anything. Papers. Ooh. Water walking, fortify speed, and fortify athletics. That's a huge fortification on speed there. I believe if you add rally or whatever touch spell you're using on them, they won't run. You know, that's a good point. I should really get myself a rally spell for that specific purpose. Okay. Oh, it just continuously, okay, or not. Perfect. Okay. I found some sort of puzzle or trap deep in Fort Bulwark. I need to figure out what it means in order to acquire the Shield of the Crusader. Do I just need to, I don't know, put something in there? Alright, let's see if I can figure this out without actually, Ongar's Goblet. Okay. Okay. Rotgar's Stone. Probably putting these in the wrong chests if I had to make a guess. Rotgar's. What if I just, okay. Rodgar's Helm. Rodgar's Gem. Ah, this is definitely... Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Rodgar's Gem. So that's where his skull goes. That's the book. That's the sword. Ooh, got lucky. Rodgar's Helm. That's the stone. This one here must be the helm. Rodgar's Helm. Look at that! Process of elimination, bitches! Rodgar's sword, I know which one that goes in. Look at this. I'm a puzzle-solving master. This is the progenitor to all of the same puzzles that you find in all of the barrows in Skyrim. I know where the stone goes. It comes right out of the urethra because you drank too much Mountain Dew. Rodgar's book! Look, I found his pornography. It's been sitting here for 300 years. Unbeknownst to most people, he read the more sophisticated version. It was called The Lusty Argonian Slut. 10 times more inappropriate for most audiences. Wait, did I finish? Oh, I finished. Cool. That's fine. Time to speak like a Khajiit. Why do you want me to speak like a Khajiit? Oh, no. Oh, my word. Greater restore intelligence, restore willpower. Restore intelligence, restore willpower. whole bunch of money. In a triangle, nonetheless. Obviously, we got Illuminati going here. Potions of insight and sorcery. And the Shield of the Crusader. I have recovered the Shield of the Crusader. I have completed Sir Henrik's quest by recovering the Shield of the Crusader. I should continue to search for the relics that the other ghost knights were questing for. Fantastic. Strife Scumolutions. It is in this moment that I really wish that the recall spell still existed. Alright, where's the exit? That returns me to Blackwood. Odd, that's how I came in. How come the map is faded then? That's really weird. Odd. The retaining local map with the hotkey is in the beta patch, thankfully. Yeah, I saw the updates, and I'm very curious what we're going to see with the performance improvement later on down the line. Admittedly, the improvements that we're seeing with this this next patch, well, the first patch, I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit thin, you know? There's not much that they're doing with this this first patch here, and I'm like, man, like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy that we're getting the patch. Any amount of improvement is good. But why is it so little, and why is it taking so long? Like, I'm curious what the rhyme or the reason behind this is. It did get shadow dropped on all platforms. What, you mean the patch, or you mean the release? Because the patch is just in beta, isn't it? So, all right, let's return to the Priory and deposit the relics. Because I'm headed for something.
Shrewd businessman.
What the hell? Who are you?
What can I do for you?
Okay.
Take care.
Oh, it looked like you were running around pantsless. What the? Who planted carrots over here? This is new. I think some of the people I've met on my journey have started cleaning up the Priory.
Hail, Sir Knight.
Until later, Sir Knight.
Hail.
What?
Imps. I hate 'em. Little buggers flitting around, tossing fireballs at you.
Oh.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel? We meet again. I am here to join your order, having received a divine vision from Kinnereth herself. I have been shown that to protect all Kinnereth's creations, I must take up your cause and be willing to lay down my life for you. So here I am. I have no doubt that our good works will be talked of in the eras to come.
Oh, look at you. Really putting yourself on a pedestal already. Well, welcome to the Order.
Thank you. I shall serve the Order to the best of my ability. I must change into something that suits a knight. Please excuse me.
Oh, you're gonna put on the the super, super seductive, like, all lace lingerie. You know, with the garter belt and the stockings and all that stuff. Yep.
Hail, Commander.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like
Greetings, Sir Knight.
I mean, listen, seductive, all right. There's no question about that.
I am pleased to see that you have them. It is said that the wearer has the blessing of Kinnereth upon him, and will not come to harm from creatures of the forest. Farewell.
Very striking. Very striking. I don't think anybody else could have pulled it off quite as well. I walk in at the most inappropriate moment. No. It's totally appropriate. You think the living members of the order have decided to come downstairs and meet the dead ones? Cool. So I'm missing the greaves and the gloves right now, so we'll get through that eventually. Time for a big pain in my ass, though. I love a woman who protects her brain.
Blessings of the Nine upon you, my friend.
Yes, Commander?
Cool. We're gonna move on here. Right, the accent redeem. Go ahead and... Before I go and, like, unload my inventory and whatnot, let's go ahead and get a refill on my coffee here. The last cup of coffee for the day. I didn't want to see your naked roleplay sexy times, but I sure did. Listen, Tev, you're there for most of the naked roleplay sexy times. You're my wife. You shouldn't act like there aren't things happening between us. Owie. That's about as much coffee as I was expecting. Although I did accidentally spill some sugar. Did not mean to have that happen. There we go. There we go. Last cup of coffee has been prepared. Stendar's Mercy, and then we'll go to the map. Hop over to my freaking house. All right. So Cortex redeemed accent. Speak like a Khajiit. Casitas wares if you have coin. Prepare. Oh, there is the meeting back there. I forgot about it. This one spends time in Cyrodiil, living mostly on the waterfront. But in his spare time, he is also sneaky and likes to pick flowers. So many flowers. Now, Will has wares. Now he needs coin. Must head to the market district. Ply my wares. Enjoy the fruits of my labor. And to some degree, also the death of others.
Spare a coin for the infirm.
Let us meet Nilfan. Yes.
Good morning.
Nilfas.
Well met. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. A fine... You've made a good... You drive a hard... That's a good deal. That's a good deal. You drive a hard bargain. That's more than I'd usually. That's more than I'd usually. That's more than I'd usually.
Ah, yes. My inventory is now emptied of all of its treasures, and instead I have more gold on me.
Thank you for your business.
Thank you.
Take care.
Now I go on to the part of the game that I do not look forward to. It is going to be the part where I have the most opportunity to ruin myself. Adventure awaits.
me, children. I'll starve you. Please help.
You found out that the skeleton kit can teach you fortify skill. What a fascinating thing. That does make sense. What do we have here?
Greetings, Imperial.
I don't understand what Listel is doing with Malone.
The gauntlets are too heavy to move.
I mean, have you seen her?
You're right. It's shameful. Still, what is anyone supposed to do? It's her life. What brings you here, my son?
I am here to learn about the gauntlets of the Crusader.
Ah, yes. The gauntlets have been here for ages. I know only the basic story behind them. They're more of a novelty these days. My only real involvement with them these days is keeping the youngsters from hurting themselves trying to pick the gauntlets up. What is your interest in them, if I may ask?
I would like to know the story.
Yes, well, I don't know the whole thing. A great many years ago, a knight of the Old Order did something terrible, and the gauntlets just fell off. They dropped to the floor right where he stood, and no one could lift them. It was a sign of the curse placed upon this knight by Stendar, I think. That curse still lingers on today, in fact. Poor Kellen.
Who is Kellen?
Oh, why, he's a descendant of that very knight from so long ago. The curse has affected his family all these years. He suffers from it now. He came here from Hammerfell seeking a cure, but, well, there's really nothing that can be done for him, I think. He may know more of the story than I. Perhaps you should speak with him, if he's feeling well enough. He's down in the chapel hall, resting. You may speak to him if you like.
And what of the gauntlets?
The gauntlets have been here far longer than any of us. I don't expect that to ever change. They'll almost certainly be here long after we're all gone. Certainly after Kellen's family has died out.
And the curse?
It's a horrible thing, truly. One cannot help but pity those such as Kellen, who have such a burden placed on them, through no fault of their own. But if it is the will of the Nine, then there is little that can be done. Be seeing you.
I shall go talk with this Kellen.
Hi there. What is it? Is there a cure? Has Arelder found a cure? I know there's something he's not telling me.
Yes, I am here about the gauntlets of the Crusader.
You've seen them, I assume. The only evidence of what happened so many years ago. Do you know that I thought perhaps I could lift them? That somehow this curse would be lifted if I could pick them up. I tried for hours, until my whole body ached, and I could barely move. I lay there on the floor next to them, weeping. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I've been at the end of my rope for far too long to be ashamed of anything. I don't know why they're still here. They're so heavy, and I'm so weak. What does Stendar want from me?
What of the curse you carry?
Ah, so you've heard it, have you? Terrible curse. Been in the family almost longer than anyone can remember. When I was younger, I could live with it. Wasn't so bad. But it's only gotten worse over time. I'd come here, to the place it all happened, in the hopes that something could be done. I fear I haven't much time left otherwise. Our elder has let me stay, mostly out of pity, I think. But there's something else. I swear he knows more than he tells.
What do you mean? What could our elder know?
I've seen plenty of pity in people's eyes over the years. I grew up recognizing it. But with Arelda, there's something else there. And when he speaks to me, there are times I'd swear he sounds apologetic. Guilty, even. Why would that be? What reason does he have to hold back information? I know I'm a doomed man one way or the other. Speak to him if you can. Convince him to tell me what he knows as a dying man's last wish. Take care.
Let us find out what the man of the cloth is hiding. Areldar.
Good day.
I have things to speak to you about with Kellen.
I cannot face him. I know what might be done for him, but I haven't the will to do it. I wish I could help him. Truly I do. But
Oops. What are you talking about?
the curse. I know what would lift it, but I cannot do it. The only way to free Kellen of his curse is to take it on myself. I am not strong enough to do this, and so I am a failure. I fail Kellen every time I speak to him, and I fail Stendar every time I pray to him and do not ask for the power to lift the curse. Do you know one who would do such a thing? One who would pray at this chapel's altar, pray to Stendar for the power to lift this curse? I've told you, the only way to lift the curse from Kellen is to pray to Stendar for the power to free him. But that means taking the curse on yourself. You'll be marked for life, as will all your children and your children's children. Take care.
We will make one final save before I do this, because it is known to make so many problems. Oh, also, that's the end of your Khajiit accent. Not that I think I did a particularly good job with it. Okay. I have prayed at the altar of the Chapel of Stendar, and have been granted the ability to lay hands on Kellen. I need to see him at once. Okay. Magic on touch. Lay hands on touch. Restore fatigue on touch.
Well, come back to see the doomed man, have you? Take care.
I have lifted the curse from Kellen, which means taking it on myself. As a result, I am weary and my fatigue has been affected. With the curse lifted, I can now retrieve the gauntlets of the Crusader.
You... how did you? I feel good. I feel... good. I don't feel like death. I feel like... running! Look at me!
Right. Well, okay, cool.
Afternoon. Welcome, Knight Commander. You lifted the curse? But that means that now you've cursed yourself. Why would you do such a thing? You too.
I have recovered the gauntlets of the Crusader. I have completed Sir Casimir's quest. By recovering the gauntlets of the Crusader, I should return to the Priory and find out if there is any news of the remaining 2 relics. Yeah, I gotta find the Holy Codpiece next.
Good to see you.
Okay, so right, magic, damage, fatigue, cursed of the consumed. Oh boy. The holy cod piece you're seeking is an avowed. No. There's totally a holy cod piece in this game. There has to be. There absolutely has to be. Let's go to Frostcrag. Not too bad. Oh, you Jiggleham, are you saying that my accent isn't all that terrible? Like my Khajiit accent? Restore fatigue. I'm still fine. I got like 40 of them left. Well, one shy of 40. I'll make more restore fatigue potions at some point. They're going to be a whole lot more important now that I have the curse on me, though. Okay, so my main challenge at the moment is the fact that my magic active effects is... I have a damage attribute feature now, okay? You cannot... Well, that's not damage attribute. It's damage fatigue. I'm not going to hold on to this damage fatigue spell for very long, okay? Like, I want to get it off my character, but I need to lock in the effect. Having damage fatigue is really, really beneficial. Okay, so it's 1/1 up to 12 points. So it's double up to 23. You know what? Before we do this, let's check my own stats. How much fatigue do I actually have? 342. So, and how much magicka do I have? 320. Let me unequip. Resist disease, fortify restoration. Huh. Let's stop fortifying my magicka. 200 magicka. Okay. So even if I damage fatigue by like 120 on touch, that's still not even all of my magicka. That's a lot to spend. Did Will ever do the Khajiit accent? I had to Oh no, Cortex! You were gone! Oh no! Well, I did the accent. Oh man. Hello, Frig Off Ransom. Greetings and welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. It's good to good to see you guys in. Welcome to the stream, to you and all the raiders. Okay. Go ahead and call this ability Weak Knees. Requires destruction skill of 75 points. Well, you know what? That's not great. What if we half it to just 60? That'll do. Weak Knees. Go ahead and create that, and then we'll also do... Now, come to think of it, do I have a spell with damage health already? On touch. Damage health. Okay, well. I do have damage health already. So there's no need to lock that in or anything. Oh, I already had Curse of Weakness. Wait. I have Curse of Weakness. I can just cast that on people now? I didn't just... Well, there was no point in freaking cluttering my inventory with something I already had locked in. Okay, I was wrong. Reload. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna fucking happen. Gotta go back to that welder again and be like, bro, this is the second time you welded this chair for me and it snapped. Well, clearly the guy that I've been going to for this shit, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Might be time to look for another chair. That's just it. This is like a $1,500 chair. This is so high quality, and it's just the one single part that's the problem. I have to find someone who can fab me an actual fix, because it's just one part that needs a fix. The rest of the chair is still so freaking good. Okay, did I have a on touch Curse of Weakness? Now that I think about it, load game. We'll reload this really fast. And you've been using it for how many? Here's the deal. I can't let this chair go yet, because most of it is still good. Okay, untouch. Do I actually have Curse of Weakness? Yes, I have Curse of Weakness already. Okay, so that means load game. Autosave it, Frostcrag. Ooh, I forgot to put the blanket back on the chair. I'm sticking to the leather again. All right. Okay. I'm back in place. Oh, guys, I just keep having chair trouble. I just keep having chair trouble. And maybe Tev's right. Maybe I need to just say goodbye to a $1,500 chair made out of hardwood and real leather for no reason other than a single part is broken. But... and I'm not saying that facetiously either. I'm not. It's just... fuck me, man. Oh, this is the Red Ring Road. Huh. Kato, don't you give me that look too. Frankly, I think that I can fix the problem. I just have to find a welder who isn't shit. Maybe I need to actually go to an actual fabrication shop and show them the part and be like, can you take this apart, truly fix it, and then put it back together basically the same way that it was? Because the welds that I'm getting on this thing are not good. Right, back to the Priory. That was my next step. Ooh. Okay, more people keep showing up and just standing around outside.
Yes? Take care.
They really do like just showing up and doing nothing.
Sir Knight.
Whoa!
Thank Arche you are back. I have terrible news. Sir Roderick. I think he's dead.
Sir Roderick? Who's that?
A holy knight, like you, questing for the relics at the Prophet's call. I was his squire. I believed he was chosen by the gods to reclaim the relics.
What happened?
At first, things were going well. He prayed at all the shrines and received a vision, a disturbing vision. The shade of Sir Beric spoke to me was all he said. We must put him to rest. We traveled back and forth across Colovia. He was always asking about an old noble family, the Vlindrels. Finally, he found what he was looking for. We went to Underpall Cave, and there he fell.
Underpall Cave? I've been there.
Then you know it is a place of evil. Sir Roderick and I fought our way into the cave, which actually seems to be a buried keep. We made our way to Lord Vlindrel's crypt. Sir Roderick spoke the words that unsealed the tomb.
What was Sir Roderick looking for?
He said that Sir Beric's tomb was in Underpall Cave, which is no cave, but some kind of buried keep. He had learned that Sir Beric had once been a questing knight, like us. He had found the greaves and sword of the Crusader, but then turned to evil. Sir Roderick hoped to find the relics within Sir Beric's tomb, and he did. But we also found a terrible guardian, the wraith of Lord Vlindrel, Sir Beric.
You know where the relics are, then?
Yes, my lord, and I brought you. Sir Roderick shouted for me to take them. The greaves, the holy relic, they're yours.
And the sword, what happened to it?
The wraith. It used it against Sir Roderick. I don't know how that evil thing could use the holy weapon, but it did. It screamed as it struck.
Take it easy. You're safe now.
I'm sorry. I remember Sir Roderick saying something about the sword before we went to Underpall. It may be important. He was worried that the sword may have been turned to evil, that it may have to be reconsecrated on the altar of its creator, the divine Arche. That's all I remember. hope it may help you.
You did well.
Thank you, Sir Knight. I would ask a boon if I could, although I know I do not deserve it. Would you make me a Knight of the Nine? I want to dedicate myself to ridding the world of evil. I owe it to Sir Roderick.
Rise, Sir Lathan.
Thank you. I mean, thank you, Sir Knight. I will not fail you. Give me a moment to arm myself, and I will accompany you to Underpaul Cave to destroy the foul wraith.
Is our friend who was like only wearing part of their outfit? Nope, she's got her tunic on finally. It's unfortunate. Like the first time that I saw her and like she didn't put her tunic on, I was like, sorry, but it seems that you wanted bikini armor. We just don't have any of that here. Cool. Looks like a Knight of Knee. Knee. Hello, Tatsu. How are you doing? Greetings to you. Priory keeps getting cleaned up. He looks like Solier from Dark Souls. God. Oh, nice. Oh, are you coming with me? Or are you, Sure enough, he's following me. All right, we are off to Underpaul Cave. I hope you're doing all right, Tatsu. I've had better days. I've had better days. I have arrived at Underpaul Cave, the location of Lord Vindril's grave. Sir Roderick died somewhere inside, battling the foul wraith that now wields the sword of the Crusader. Won't even bother with it. Camelot. 'Tis a silly place. Yes, indeed. A silly place indeed. Come on. Come on. Where's my spell? God. They can't, They cannot come up with a patch for the stupid... for the light spells not working fast enough. It just keeps breaking. What the f... God, it's so broken. That's certainly a buried keep. See, this is representative of the way that Skyrim is designed. You'll walk out into a very large cavern, and there will be something like this, like a graveyard with some trees and a door to a sunken fort underground. Like, it's so extremely Skyrim, this design, by comparison to the rest of the dungeons in Oblivion. Man, that curse I'm carrying does a real wild number on you. I'm doing good. My company raised the base hourly pay, and while doing so, they also increased my pay. Hey, that's pretty good. Nothing like a rising tide raising all ships. All right, gotta bounce. Have a good one. See ya. Hey, it was nice to have you along for the ride, Jiggle. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Strong potion of insight. Die, Netherlich. There's the freak. You're the one who summoned that other... Why are skeletons allowed to summon other skeletons? This feels very wrong to me. I'm just saying, okay? Okay. Oh, for God's sake. Well, when you ask for help, does a crocodile turn up? No, a human does. Hence, when a skeleton asks for help, a skeleton comes to help. But when some people ask for help, a ghost shows up, or like something that's not a ghost. Did I go further? Did I go up or? Okay, I backed out of the area. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, right. Okay. Magic. Cast on self. Cure disease. Are you making fun of Dark Elf ancestors helping their descendants? No wonder the knife in the knife ears asked Granddad to come help. For God's sake. Oh my word. Oops. Oh, that's my bread alarm. Once again. Whew, that has risen quite well. All right, chat, listen. I will be right back. I am going to go get the oven started. I won't be gone long, I promise. Whew. I've returned once again from an unnecessarily long break. Sorry about that. All right. God, these spells suck ass. Rats. Okay, so this isn't one of those dungeons. Seemingly, this is not one of those dungeons where I have to constantly go down level after level. Ice storm. With how late I was and my bad timing, I think I've watched more of the Be Back Soon screen than you today. Man, it's seemingly one of those days. Like earlier, you know, I took that break because it was like, oh, I need to use the facilities. And then, you know, I go downstairs this time to just start up the oven and I'm like, wait, do I have to go back to the bathroom? I do. So like, you know, one of those days. Stay down, bony bastards. Ah, I'm out here again. Okay. This is interesting. Off to the north wing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, this was the door that I went through to get out there. What the... What the hell is going on? Look at my map. Okay, something's not adding up here. The hell did I miss? Okay, so I took the upper route. It looks like the fastest route back to the other section is to just drop again. Sounds like the cats are being naughty too. All right. Let's check the map here. Ah, okay. So hang a left. And this is all I need. Saw a mud crab today. Horrible creatures. Man, the amount of whoa! Motherfucker. Where's the skeleton that summoned the skeleton? Who performed the skeleception? Okay. What's up, Strife? How are you doing? Question. If you could change anything in Oblivion Remastered that you find important, what would it be? It would be, the overarching world leveling. I would have world leveling basically reflect that of what you had in, Skyrim. Where it's like, yeah, like your bandits can only get up to, your bandits can continue to level, but you know they'll only ever be wearing at best steel equipment, or like the boss might have a single piece of like high quality loot, you know. Where it's like, oh well, the boss had like a glass cuirass on him or glass gloves or whatever, but everybody else is wearing just junk. Why did they ever not fix the level scaling in Oblivion? Was it by accident? What about Morrowind? Morrowind was a lot more balanced for the fact that the world was set. There was no level scaling. It was like if you go to a certain location, the enemies are always going to be like level 15 or whatever. So you were thoroughly discouraged from going in certain directions on the map for the simple reason that if you weren't a high enough level, you would always have a problem in going in that direction. It was very old school in that regard. Everything was set in the world, and there was little to no randomization, other than I think that there was still some amount of randomization of the things that you could find inside of loot containers for Morrowind. Oblivion was an enormous leap forward for the company, but it also suffered from the fact that they were still a very small team whenever they made it. So you can see the effects of that, where it's like, oh, we have all of these new, like, technological advancements available to us, where it's like, we have, greatly improved enemy AI. We have the ability to, like, have the world level with you, like we can randomize the level. My God, bro, how did you lose whenever you're using this type of a... God, you got some freaking kick-ass kit on you. All right. Huh, look at that. So, like, there were all of these technological advancements that they hadn't... It was the first time they used them. And as the rule usually goes, whenever we come up with something new, we don't really know how to responsibly use it yet. You know? Like, we don't really have the finesse for it. Mother... You silence me, you little shit. Fine. Chug some freaking potions. I gotta use these things up anyway. Fuck you. The wrath of Lord Vindaril is destroyed. I need to reclaim the sword of the Crusader that he somehow twisted to his evil purpose. I've recovered the sword of the Crusader, but it has been desecrated by the foul wraith that wielded it. I should take it to the Chapel of Archay in Shadenhall to reconsecrate it to its holy purpose. Whew. So, like, why they didn't, like, rebalance the game, I'm imagining their choice not to rebalance the game and do all of that hard legwork is in part because, one, that's a lot of work. Two, that wouldn't really be in the spirit of the original game, even though in my personal opinion it would make more sense to do it anyway. And three, I think that, there's... Wait, what? There's slaughterfish just leaping around on the shore over here. Okay. But yeah, that's basically everything that I have to say about the topic. You know, it's the fact that it was fresh and new, you know, something that you could do, and that's the reason why it went into the game in the first place. Man, the light spell really is just wholly and completely busted. You know what? I've been meaning to use one of these. I haven't used it. Oh, that's wonderful. That really helped me see underwater. Is there nothing down here for me? Aha! So yeah, like the reason why it was designed that way is one story, but the reason why they didn't fix it for the remaster or alter it for the remaster, I guess, is the better way to phrase it. Your guess is as good as mine in that regard. I'm imagining that it's specifically because they weren't trying to fix what was wrong with the game, even though they did quote-unquote fix some things. I suppose they just kind of rounded some of the hard edges off without getting rid of too much of the quirkiness, is the way to phrase it. If that makes any sense. God, I can't see nothing down here. That is my bread alarm. I have to do something about it in the oven. I muted the microphone when I came back. Wonderful. Okay, 20 minutes, and then I gotta hop back downstairs and do more with my my bread stuff. I don't think there's anything down in the water here. Ah, here we go. All right, well, I'm convinced. It's done. Come on. Aren't people's sole problem when it comes to level scaling is fighting bandits or Daedra on higher difficulties? Yes. Yes. And that's just it. Like, I think it... I don't even know if the system is capable of, like, doing what they did in Skyrim. Where it's like, yeah, the enemies have a limiter. Like, I would imagine that it's still possible to do it, but, like, I'm not a modder. I don't know that much about their game engine and how it parses data and everything. So, for all I know, trying to do that to the game engine, the specific iteration of their game engine that's used here in Oblivion, it might be more difficult than I imagine, you know? Oh. Whoops. Let's use the local map. Because, I mean, let's just be honest here. Difficulty scaling in Bethesda games has always been pretty much ass. It's never been really all that great, even in their later iterations, you know. It's always been basically I'm too strong or I'm too weak, and you land on one or the other side of it, and there's really no rebalancing that, as it were. Oblivion being a fantastic example of that. If you play on normal, then everything just becomes obscenely easy. You play on, like, hard or very hard, and it just becomes ridiculous how much damage sponge the enemies become, and how much they turn into utter and complete iron cannons. Like, that's basically what the higher difficulties turn into. Like your enemies turn into iron cannons, and you turn into Fabergé. So, and I can get why they didn't, like, rebalance it. How does Fallout 3-4's leveling work compared if you assume it's different because you're just shooting the enemies and with lots of ammo, bullet sponges? Like, it's different because not 100% of your enemies are leveled like that. There is more variation to the enemies that you encounter, where it's like, okay, well, there's, instead of it being a direct linear scale for every enemy and, like, they will always be the top level, Bethesda was like, no, we can just leave those level 1 enemies in the game. We don't have to remove them because you're max level. We basically unlock higher level enemies as you level up, and we never really retire any of the low-level enemies just because you've leveled up. That's the major difference between Oblivion and their later titles, because they figured that out for Fallout 3, they figured that out for Skyrim, it's the same case in, you know, Fallout 4. They realized removing the low-level enemies from the game, which is what they basically did in Oblivion, really does create a mundane experience. So there's an entire system for figuring out how many of the high-level enemies you get during an encounter in a dungeon, or how many high-level enemies populate a dungeon versus how many low-level enemies will populate a dungeon. So you get more... isn't an iron cannon just a normal cannon? You're right about that, Uncle Sup. You're right about that. But that's the general idea. You know, it's the fact that with Oblivion, they were stripping the low level enemies out just because you leveled up. With their later iterations, they're still giving you low level enemies as basically cannon fodder for you to go through and pad numbers and whatnot, because not all bandits inside of a cave are going to be the same skill level. You know, like you get a band of bandits, like you're going to have some that are utter and complete trash, and others that are like seasoned and they've you know gone through a couple of fights. You know, it's not their first rodeo type stuff. So for that reason, the level scaling is a lot more nuanced in their later games. And again, I can't really give answer for why they decided to I can't give answer for why they decided to do things the way that they did, you know? Why they didn't go back and like smooth over some of those rough edges in this game. I would hazard a guess because a lot of the dungeons, if you look at the history of what happened with the dungeons, with how they were built, with how they were modified, basically all of the dungeons were made by one guy. And that's one of the reasons why they're so repetitive and you have a couple of standout. Because my understanding is that one guy basically made all the dungeons, and then they got down to the end of the development cycle and somebody new was brought on who was like the dungeon, who was lead dungeon designer for Fallout 3 and Skyrim and everything like that. And whenever he was brought on in the late stages of the Oblivion development process, he was told, try to figure out those dungeons, like how, like work on the dungeons, try to improve them. And that's what he did. And he got through like 12 or 11 of them, you know, that's the story I seem to recall. I don't know if that, like, don't quote me on the story. That's just what I seem to recall learning. So, I think to fix the level scaling in the game, it would necessitate, it's one of those situations where if you fix one problem, another problem sitting next to it needs to be fixed to really fix the problem you're working on. And you get a domino effect, it cascades, and you're like, oh, if I want to fix this problem, I need to fix this problem over here. Oh, this problem is really heavily affected by this problem. So you just keep going, oh, here's a problem. There's this problem that affects this. Oh, that's affected by this problem over here. So do you kind of get why that might be a situation where it's like, okay, are we remastering this game, or are we redesigning the whole game type situation? And you have to make a decision about what you're doing. So that reminds me, how does Starfield system feel? It's been a while since I've played the game, just wondering. The Starfield system didn't feel, it felt in line with the scaling and the like the nuanced scaling system that you experience in the other Bethesda games. But you know, obviously Starfield's problem was the fact that it had like an equal number of like locations that you can find across Cyrodiil here, but the distance between two locations, instead of being, you know, like 30 seconds, is like 5 hours because everything is so stretched out and you don't even know that there's something close by. Starfield fundamentally suffers the problem that a lot of space games suffer. It's the fact that space is empty, and you either do a whole lot to basically take away that distance and like downplay the emptiness, or you lean into the emptiness. And unfortunately, Bethesda leaned into the emptiness with no solution to it. So to be frank, when you asked, they seem to not know why they make the choice they do half the time too. I mean, the other component is that game design is a it's either one person working and there's too much to do and you have to scale it back, or there's a bunch of people working and something is slipping through the cracks because people aren't you know, working super, super closely in lockstep with each other, and there's disharmony, and there's always going to be disharmony whenever you have a team working on something. And if you don't have disharmony, that is the exception, not the rule. So that true, yeah, science fiction games can make or break depending on the immersion and travel. Like compared to Star Wars, it's usually convenient and overpowered sometimes. Yeah. Okay, so quests. Arcane. Oh, Shadenhall. I saw the letter C in the name, and I was like, oh, go to Coral. No, it's Shadenhall. I need to be in Shadenhall. We'll see whether or not it's even possible for me to finish. I don't think I'm going to finish the Knights of the Nine this weekend. But like there has to be care and finesse and caress, if you will, when putting together a game world, because you can't just let the game.
You've got the hands of a smith.
You can't just let the game figure things out for you. You know, you have to give it a whole lot of rules. It's a little bit like the physics on like robes and cloth and whatnot. When physics became first available for like cloth on your character, it was discovered that if you let someone wear like a trench coat with a sash on it, you know, or a bathrobe with a sash, and you just if you let the coat or the bathrobe just, you know, hang open, the sash will start doing some really weird and wild things. It'll like wrap itself around the character's neck or something, and it's like, that's not real. That would never happen. But because the physics system works the way that it does, that it can happen. And it's like, oh, the physics system, you can't just implement physics and expect it to work. You have to give it limitations. You have to give it restrictions out the wazoo. So like when it comes to cloth physics, one of the first things that people learned in development was you have to give cloth limitations of how much it can respond to the physics system. Otherwise, it will do heinously absurd things. So the same can be said for world scaling and whatnot. You have to give really big limitations. Oh my god, this shit again? Fuck off. Fuck off. I said fuck off. You. Christ almighty. Umaril's Aurorans have been destroyed. Shadenhall Chapel is safe for now. I can now reconsecrate the Sword of the Crusader to Arcane on the high altar. Oh yeah, they weren't done desecrating it. They were in the process of desecrating it.
Thank you. I was sure those creatures would be the end of all of us. You truly are the defender of the faith. You too.
Oh, give me a break. No, that's not worth it. The Sword of the Crusader has been reconsecrated. I now possess all 8 of the Crusader's relics. I should return to the Priory to consult with my knights about how to attack and destroy Umaril.
Hi there.
Hi there. Rebuild Quatch. I mean, it would be a nice thing to be able to do. But frankly, I think the number one thing that I enjoy about this game is the fact that it's not trying to do too many things. Okay? You know what? I think I've got... does my spell for feather? Nope. Nope. I'm just gonna have to walk slowly to the other side of the town and sell off the bits and pieces that I found. So, like, what I like about Oblivion is the fact that it focuses on being an RPG, first and foremost, and it doesn't get distracted by anything that is simulation-driven, okay? I don't have a problem with being able to buy your own home or decorate it or anything like that or get it built. That's one of the reasons why I still enjoy Skyrim. It's because it's like, no, there are upgrades to do for your house, and you can still decorate it in various ways. I don't even have a problem with the way that you can place items in the world in, like, the build mode for Fallout 4. What I do have a problem is having
You look like a shrewd business.
such an absurdly large and involved building system that it seems like they have to spend all of their time developing that system instead of developing the RPG function of the game. That's what bothers me about, like, settlement building. Because it's the infinite statement of, like, you have only so much time, you have only so much resources to focus on something when you're developing a game. And I go to Bethesda for RPG games. Like, not the RPG as in I have really epic decisions to make. I go to them for the concept of I can play stealth, I can play warrior, I can play, you know, mage, you know, or, you know, maybe engineer, in the case of, like, a non-fantasy setting.
What about... What can I interest you in? An excellent... That's a fair deal. That's a fair deal. That's a good deal. You've made a good bit of gold.
Ooh, spell absorption.
That's a good deal. A good price for a good customer. Thank you. Bye.
Do dead bodies stay in the church forever now? God, that's a good question. I haven't gone back to look. The music is very masterpiece. I know people love Soul's Skyrim OST. I like it sometimes, but there's something about Oblivion that gets you nostalgia without even hearing it. Man, I actually have a lot more experience with different soundtracks because, like, I found out very quickly that you could just, like, drag and drop different music into Oblivion. So I had Chrono Cross music playing for a lot of this game because it was just like, I can just shove whatever MP3 into that folder I want.
Don't be the last to read today's Black Horse Courier.
It's a funny thought. Like, people were asking for the ability to rebuild Kvatch or, like, have a rebuilt Kvatch.
Hi.
Whenever the game was, like, a year old. I remember those, what was it? It was like Planet Elder Scrolls was one of the mod sites. I think that's long since gone. They also had TES Nexus, which is now just Nexus mods. That was another one. Like, and I remember the... Okay, gotta get that bread out of the oven. I will be right back. All right, there we go. I have retrieved the bread. It is out of the oven. And I can rest assured now I have nothing that will call me away from my computer. Not that I'm going to go much longer. I think I'm getting pretty close to done. Because I know that the very end of this entire endeavor is just... It's frankly a pain, if I remember correctly. And it's a very, very long dungeon, if I remember correctly as well, so... Should I pop open this ice storm tome? 50 points in 15 feet? That doesn't seem too bad. Alright, let's stash some alchemical ingredients as well. Ectoplasm, mort flesh, minotaur horn. Final Fantasy X soundtrack. Now you see, I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have done the Final Fantasy X soundtrack, despite the fact that I found it absolutely phenomenal. Final Fantasy X was a formative game for me. I always love the theme for Skyrim. It's so great. Also, it's one of the few times I've considered learning a language from a series. Dragon is so cool sounding. Like, the thing about Skyrim that, like, I think I made a point out of it whenever I made the video on YouTube where I was like, we're not getting Oblivion Remastered. Really eating those words right now. In the most delectable way possible, I'm eating my words. But whenever I made that video, I specifically was like, listen, Skyrim was basically Oblivion 2.0. They did everything that they did in Skyrim, everything that they did in Oblivion, they basically did it in Skyrim, and they fixed it. You know, they fixed so much. Unfortunately, there was a lot lost along the way. Like, magic is an utter and complete joke in Skyrim by comparison to Oblivion. You can just do so many obscenely crazy things in Oblivion with the spell system, and that's just not available anymore because they just stripped out spell making and a bunch of effects are just gone, you know. Skyrim had a rebuild Helgen mod, and someone in 2019 did an OG Oblivion rebuild Kvatch. Yep. Yeah. My God. You mean when Fallout 4 turned out to be a shooter with RPG elements? Yes, yes. That is really, like, Fallout 4 is in my opinion the moment when Bethesda was just like, why the hell are we even doing numbers anymore? Let's just forget about them. And I think that that's the spot that really harmed them the most. You are both wonderful and evil all at once.
I know, darling.
You're giving me cookies here. Cookies.
Yes. There's a reason I'm your wife. Hello,
Are you ready for munches? I only assumed there was gonna be a Kvatch rebuild quest in Oblivion, but there was no dev time next, just like Fort Sumter. Sumter. Fort Sumter. What was Fort Sumter? There's so, like I recognize the name. Fort Such was the other one. I remember Fort Such over here was specifically built to show off like the Oblivion gates and whatnot for like one of their tech demos or whatever for E3, I think. And they just so happened to have the whole Kvatch thing finished. And they, at the last minute, did their tech demo over Fort Kvatch, and they, as a result, stripped most of the things they built for Fort Such out. I mistake a real-life fort with Fort Such. Ah, okay, okay. Killzone Issa. Oh my god, Killzone Issa. I thought that your name was Killzone IKEA. I was like, that's... What? Them changing the way that VATS worked in Fallout 4 was weird. I didn't really have a huge problem with the way that they changed VATS. I think I'm a bigger fan of the way that they did VATS in Fallout 3, where it just totally pauses time. But I think the biggest problem that I have is the fact that like criticals aren't random anymore in Fallout 4. I think that having the critical hits something random has more benefit, but it's a cascading thing. I'm not going to get into the details of that. Anyways, let us... Man, I am still carrying so much weight. And I don't think it's because of the potions. I don't think the potions are really the prime cause for all of the weight I'm holding. I think it's literally my armor. Come to think of it, what are my attributes here? Heavy armor, I'm at 57. Gonna be a while. No longer encumbers you as much. No longer cumbers you at all. Okay, so it's basically the same effects as light armor. It's just with heavy armor instead. Light armor no longer encumbers you at all. Exclusively light armor, your protection is greatly increased. Okay, so not much different. Not much different. A little bit different, but not much. Interplanetary Strategic Alliance Killzone games. Oh my god. The perks were kind of boring. The perks in Fallout 4 were... There were a lot of boring perks. Utterly pointless perks in Fallout 4. Anyway, I'm moving on from that. I'm moving on from it.
Lord Crusader, the prophet is here. He's just arrived. He seemed to know you were coming, told me to wait for you, and here you are. Come. He is preaching to the assembled knights in the chapel. You should speak to him at once.
I'll just let you finish hopping in there. Oh, this place has really been cleaned up. Oh my word! They're farming ginseng! There's so many carrots. Look at it. Flax. Fennel. Dragon's tongue.
You have stepped from the humble shadows of obscurity and into legend. No feat you have accomplished in your life compares to what you have become. You are an embodiment of Pelinal Whitestrake, the bane of Umarul the Unfeathered. The time has come for you to fulfill your destiny. Umaril lies hid in the ancient fane of Garlus Malatar. You must go there and destroy him.
I am ready then?
No. Should you face Umaril, you would suffer the same fate as Pelinal. But times change, and even the shape of the divine itself must change with it. Where once there were 8, now one more stands with them, and they have become 9.
You mean Talos?
Aye! With the apotheosis of Tiber Septum, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9. So, although you wear the armor of the gods, it is incomplete. A relic of the old ways and the old gods.
Then how do I destroy Umaril?
As a proven guardian of this realm, and a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia, Talos grants you his sacred blessing, with the ancient gifts of the Eight and the new gift of the One. You are ready to face Umaril.
What does the blessing do?
It will allow you to follow Umaril into the spirit realm upon his death. It will allow you to destroy him, body and soul, utterly and for all time. You must first kill his living body. While beyond the power of most mortals, this is only the lesser of your two tasks. His Daedric nature allows his spirit to escape into oblivion after death. Oh, this is what Pelinal learned upon defeating Umaril the first time. But you can do what Pelinal could not. The blessings of Talos will allow you to follow Umaril's spirit when it leaves his body. This you must do, and you must not fail. You will not, because the Nine fight with you.
Tell me more of Umaril's spirit.
When Umaril joined with the Daedra, his spirit expanded beyond this realm. His physical form can travel between realms, but his spirit is bound. When his body is destroyed, his spirit travels back to Oblivion and is reformed in the fires of creation with the armor of the gods and the blessing of Talos. You will be able to follow him where Pelinal could not and destroy his very spirit. Once his spirit is destroyed, he will be completely obliterated, erased from all realms of existence.
And what is Garlus Malatar? Wait. What type of foe is Umaril?
Umaril cannot be bested in his physical form by any normal means. His blows can strike down the mightiest of warriors in a single stroke. The Eight created the relics to withstand Umaril's fell power. Do not attempt to face him without this divine protection.
My God, that cat. What is Gallerus Malatar?
Garlas Malatar was the westernmost outpost of the Aeliad Empire. It watched over what we call the Abyssinian Sea. Since his return, Umaril has taken Garlas Malatar as his lair. That is where you must seek him out.
Then I am ready.
Your knights will assemble at Garlas Malatar and await you there. Gather all those who you deem worthy. Not all who enter those halls shall return. Those who fall in service of the Nine will live on forever in the halls of their fathers. I wish you well on your quest, Crusader. We are depending on you.
Commander.
Okay, so has that, Ooh. Okay, it looks like I have removed the curse. The curse is gone now. Cool. That's fantastic. There's a lot of you in here.
Hail, Sir Knight. My brother and I have heard that you are founding a holy order of knights, and we would like to offer you our swords. We've come all the way from Skyrim to join up. We can't claim any experience as knights, but we learn soldiering from our years in the Legion. Will you have us?
I accept.
You won't regret it, sir. You'll find us true-hearted and brave. I'll be back as soon as I've outfitted myself.
Wait, Ratchet, I can't support your back. Oh my god. He's sitting on me.
I find myself here, at your disposal. I want to make up for the mistakes I've made, and devote myself fully to the faith. If it pleases you, I would join your order and serve the Nine at your side. What say you?
I accept. Welcome to the order.
Thank you. It means a great deal to me. Excuse me while I gather the equipment I need.
Light of the divine still shines in your face. You have been chosen by the gods for a holy mission.
Come on, down, down.
Do not fail.
The cats are wiggly as can be right now. Who the hell are you?
Sir Knight, allow me to introduce myself. I am Brelin of Sylvanar, at your service. I come to offer myself as a knight in service of Auriel, or Akatosh, as he is known in Cyrodiil. I bring nothing but my skill with the blade, which is not inconsiderable, and my devotion to the Lord Auriel. Will you accept me, as unworthy as I am?
Welcome.
I am honored to join the Order under your illustrious command. Excuse me, while I go to the armory and attire myself as befits a Knight of the Nine.
Cool. Wonderful. Well, I can go ahead and finish up this quest next time, because this is what I remember. I remember this last stretch of the, oh my word. I remember this last quest, this last stretch of the game, I just remember this last dungeon being absurdly long, and like I was going through it, I don't know how long ago, and whenever it first came out, and I was like, does this end? Does this end? Because I'm starting to feel like it doesn't end. So that was my whole experience with the last quest for Knights of the Nine, which is why I'm not gonna do it right now, because I don't want to sit here for like another 3 hours trying to get through a dungeon. It's probably not 3 hours, but it's longer than I want it to be, you know? Well, I'm super happy that they planted a nice little garden. And frankly, as long as I'm not plagued by that curse, that means that I have the ability to come back and play the game a little bit on my own time, do some more of the side quests, etc. Because I'm up to the point now where it's just like, nah, like I like when I'm streaming, I'm just doing the main quests now. Well, not main quests, but like the faction quests, if you will. I went to lunch and took a walk at the park by my house and came back from the stream to still be up. Hell yeah. So this is what we'll do. I will activate the armor stand downstairs, and I will stash the holy blade, as it were.
Yes, Commander?
Commander?
You guys, just run out. Run away, go. Oh, wee. It's also kind of time for me to start thinking about dinner. My god, all of you dead guys are still standing around out here and nobody up there figured it out? Place all the relics. Cool. That's all finished. What's your story?
How may I serve you, Commander?
The Mace of Zenithar.
You've passed Zenithar's challenge and redeemed Sir Ralvis. Oh, congratulations. Sir Junkin will be pleased to hear this.
Sir Beric.
While you may have performed greater deeds, none have meant more to me than your redemption of my friend, Beric. Soon we will all finish our long-delayed journey to Aetherius, and Sir Beric will be among us as of old. Thank you. May the Nine guide your way.
Let's just finish talking with all these guys to close it all out.
I am at your service, Lord Crusader. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
I am at your service, Commander.
The Mace of Zenithar.
You've retrieved the mace. I can't believe it. Sir Knight, I bend my knee in awe at your wisdom. You deserve to carry the mace. May the Nine guide your way.
Which is exactly why I left the mace on the altar.
I am at your service, Commander. We are all reunited once more, You have done what we once thought impossible. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
Sir Gregory?
How may I serve you, Commander? Go, with virtue.
I am at your service, Lord Crusader. May your sword strike true.
How may I serve you, Commander?
The boots of the Crusader.
You are an asset to your order. You have claimed the boots, and for this I am grateful.
And the Mace of Zenithar.
So it was the boots that Sir Ralphus needed to complete his quest. What a fool I was to refuse to help him. I will carry this regret for all time. May the Nine guide your way.
Nice to heap a little bit more guilt on you, you know, in your afterlife.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Sir Beric.
You put right the evil that I began through my own weakness. Sir Beric is once again part of our fellowship, and shall be forevermore. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight. You redeemed my soul from the evil that had ensnared me. For that, I am forever in your debt. The old bitterness that seemed so important to me in life. What is that now? How to weigh that against my very soul? The Knights of the Nine stand together once again. I would not have thought it possible. We owe you a great debt.
Sir Caius.
The evil took hold of me the day that I slew Sir Caius on the Priory steps. I baited him, knowing his temper. And then I killed him when he drew against me. I killed him in cold blood, with the holy sword itself. I could have disarmed him, or wounded him. But a cold pride had taken hold of me, and so I slew him, went to war, and never returned. The evil grew upon me until I became cruel, a tyrannical ruler, a terror upon the land. In death, evil held me even tighter than in life. Thanks to you, that is all behind me. Sir Caius and I will go to Aetherius side by side, as of old. The gods are truly merciful.
And the sword of the Crusader.
I took the sword down with me into evil. You have redeemed us both. The gods smile on such deeds, noble knight. Go with virtue.
Wait. Casimir, Ralvus, Henrik, Gregory, Junkin, Caius. Oh, you killed him. Okay, well done. Okay, well, this is where I stop. This is where I stop. Go ahead and do a big old manual save here. Go save right there. And this, my friends, is where I stopped for the day. You know, it's been lovely and wonderful to stream for all of you. And I'm super happy that you guys come along for the ride and you enjoy the experience of me just, you know, having fun with a re-released classic. I'm going to start blasting through tons of the achievements soon. If I look at this, closing Oblivion gates, joining the Fighters Guild, the Thieves Guild, the Dark Brotherhood, and getting up through those ranks. What else is there in here? Oh, of course, finishing the main quest, doing Shivering Isles. Shivering Isles is going to be a different experience. Once I get to Shivering Isles, I am going to be doing that for a long time because it's like a whole new place to explore. What can I say? I love the Shivering Isles. One of my favorite expansions ever to be put out for a game. So, man. So, with that, to everyone over on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you all on Monday, again, at 11 a.m. U.S. Central Time. Until then, take care of yourselves, stay happy and stay healthy. And YouTube, I will see you again, and I am working on content to upload. So, catch you later. Bye.